So I decided to change the song that I'm releasing on Friday at the last minute. Because I downloaded a new voice bank and I wanted to see how it sounded with that song, and I liked it so much better than what is going to be released. So that song's being pushed back a while, and I'm going with a song that I found yesterday and I completed 10 minutes ago. I'm usually like prepared and stuff, and I usually have like I'm usually all scheduled out and stuff, you know. I've got things scheduled all the way until what's the word, December, January, that kind of thing. So so that one's on me. So I just need to spontaneous, unpredictable streamer. Not really. I wouldn't say that. Gekiyaki's just difficult to work with, man. I love her voice, but sometimes it's just like, well, you kind of sound good. I'm not sure if I'm into it though. That's kind of just how it goes. It is pre-birthday stream. Monday is my pre-birthday stream. My little birthday stream. You all have to attend. You all have to be here. I'm gonna drag everyone in here. All of you. Every single one of you. If any of you decide to not wish me a happy birthday, I'm sorry, man, but you're not invited to my birthday party then. It's just how it goes. It's just how that goes, unfortunately. Oh, yes, I'd like to reuse those things for my new song that I added to this. And there's the link to the original song in the description. Should be figuring all this out after the stream, but it's in my brain now and I need to get it done. Otherwise, you know how it goes. Yes, I will be creating an attendance list just like school. And if you're not, and if I do not see 45 of my followers in this stream, really now, do you even care about me as a streamer? Yes, it's my birthday. It's my real birthday. It's not an anniversary though. I guess it's the anniversary of my birth, but I actually it means that I have 3 different anniversaries that I get to do every year. I've got my birthday, I've got my stream anniversary, and I've got the birthday / debut of my character. So they're 3 different things. The debut of my Utao, my character in general, is the 7th of the 7th, and then my stream anniversary is the 8th of the 8th, and then my birthday is the 21st of October. But next year, unless it's a leap year, next year my birthday stream will actually get to be on my birthday. Which will be great. That'll be great fun. But I need to make sure that's all organized. I'll probably take another look at it all over the weekend, just to be sure that it's all like good and stuff, and I'll be able to like figure it all out. So I don't forget anything, because my biggest worry with me doing the presentation is I'll get so into it that I'll fucking forget to mention something, and then after the stream I'll be like, fuck, I didn't tell people about that. Oh, I'm gonna look like a fake fan. Except I won't, because I'm doing a whole presentation on it. I still need to take a picture of my shelf. My shelf. I need to take a picture of my shelf. The one downside to having no windows in this bedroom is that I can't take nice pictures in my room. Which is truly unfortunate. But we have more Polo Justice to do. We get to meet the new prosecutor today. Aren't you all excited to meet the new prosecutor? I know I am. I'm always interested to hear what sad little things the prosecutor is up to this time. It's always something sad. It's never not sad with a prosecutor. I guess unless you're like Pain, but I'm sure he's got a sad life somehow too. He just doesn't talk about it. You know, like you're meant to. No, that sounds mean. Anyway, birthday stream next week. Be there. Or be square. Anyway, we got things to do. We got people to see, guys to, I was gonna say guys to kiss, but not really. Why did everything always take a moment with you, OBS? Wow. Dual Destinies, yes, we are up to that. Who's that masked man, huh? That's what it was called. Why did it have a name? Okay, whatever. You do you, Dual Destinies. Right. The couch. Unscented with the painting. Disgusting. Hi, Athena. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! Didn't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. Am I scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting "I'm fine" in a loud voice really relieves stress. I think shouting of any kind would do that, but sure, why not, Apollo? It's part of my Chords of Steel voice workout and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here? That's right, here. I'll go first, then you try. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! Alright, I'm Athena Psyches, and I'm fine. I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul, I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse? And the point is to release stress, not to get totally exhausted. God, you look so weird, Phoenix. You did not... This did not work out for you, mate. What's all the racket you do? Ah, Mr. Right. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this. I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? That's a huge news! But why now? Yeah, Phoenix, you really should have stayed in 2D, I agree. Or at least gotten, like, better shading. I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we can talk about that another time. No fair, inquiring minds want to know. But wow. Ew, even worse. I'm not used to seeing him in his usual... I'm so used to seeing him in his usual laid-back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time. But before that, he was prosecutor. So he uses psychology? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Okay, that... I don't like that. I like the whole psychology thing, don't get me wrong. Prosecutor doing that? Don't go doing that, please, mate. That... rubs me the wrong way. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing that a lot lately. So, he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. Ah, I knew it was gonna be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to your neck, that is. Yikes. Better tone down my cords of steel, too. So, are you all ready? It might be a good idea to check the court record before stepping into the ring. Nah, I got this, Phoenix. Right, Mr. Right. But I'm fine! I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client, seek the truth. That's all we can do. And then, Mayor Tenma, here comes justice! Oof. April 18th, 9:30. Y'all get up early. It's okay, I do too. I was up like 5 o'clock this morning. Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apologist defense team leader is ready, Your Honor. I'd know that big booming voice anywhere. As chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Psychis, Mr. Justice's junior partner, and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent. It makes an old man feel young again. Now, for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. Hi, Fulbright. Look at him. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from the prison as we speak. Prison? Yes, of course, I almost forgot that he is currently serving time.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate.
Huh. I'm not sure we should be allowing him to do this then. Seems, not
But even
not
a convicted murderer
right.
still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Yeah, problem, but not in the legal system, guys. God, I know what Twitter does to you, don't I? Who's that with his back to us over there? That's him, I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Is the prosecution ready? Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Of course, forgive me. What are all the people related to this case? So scary. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening. What's the matter? He needs to get drawn with Wolfier's pug. I'm pretty sure he has. Multiple times over. Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless. Pointless? Oh, well. Looks like the cat, or in this case the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue. But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand. Well then, your boldness. If it's so important, why don't you do the honors? Who? Me? There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement? Old dutards such as you are plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great grandchildren? All these years I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. It might be a nice change of pace. What? He actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. Him? The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex QB, alderman of Nine Tails Vale, and the defendant, Damien Tenmer, mayor of Tenmer Town, is accused of his murder. And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock in the municipal merger. The caretaker of and the secretary of the potential suspects both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive. Wow, they really made you move like a bird, huh? It's very distracting. So, in a nutshell, I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible. Bravo, your boldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head. Flattery will get you everywhere. He's playing Simon Says with the judge. Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright. Hi. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here. Oh dear, keeping tabs on him, you say? watch out for that then. I've also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that. It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even... oh... ugh. Fulbright. Save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I know what AO3 does to you two, don't I? Oh my god. I will never give up on you. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't even seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious. Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it! But first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayo Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck him back. Alderman QB had been some kind of sleeping-induced drug. That's right, the accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here is the autopsy report to prove it. Cause of death, stabbed with a spear. Estimated time of death, 3:20. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear. That sounds just almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a pro wrestler, after all. The spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him. Not so fast. Don't try to brush it off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewed by a spear? Ever heard of the incredible feats of which a man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this. So your life is spared. For now. Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. My investigations are so thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. Fulbright, I think you're gonna have to turn in your badge in the next 24 hours then. Please don't though. Please, 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 please. I need you to keep being here. The accused prints were on the weapon, and he's the one without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree, your boldness? The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute. He has the judge leaning toward a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the murder for the purpose of freeing Tenmataro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the Elderman. I heard he went on a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to withdraw. That's hilarious. That's great. I think that's fucking hilarious. So what? Are you trying to imply that he's a vampire with that statement? Because if so, that's fucking great, and I love it a lot. Anyway, hang on. There will be no gossiping in my court. Your boldness, please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by Demon Tenmataro. No, don't do that. Don't click on that. Then again. Perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Okay, dude. Are you sure you're not the insane one here? Behold, the lunatic appears poised to lurch at you at any moment. The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think. Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they? The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Oh. What a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Oh, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo! He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. His name's Simon? His name is Simon? I love that. I love that so much. I love the name Simon. Ugh. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impression to suit his objectives. This guy is really bad news. In that case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? None other than this statue right here. Appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai, to be exact. One on one side is the nine-tailed fox, and the other Tenmataro. quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art. You say so. The mayor's blood was found on it, but no prints could be lifted. Okay, was the guy wearing gloves? Or... Because, like, here's the thing, if what's his face? What's the victim's name again? QB? If QB wasn't wearing gloves, then that's kind of a huge thing, right? I didn't get to see his dead body, so I don't know if he was wearing gloves. But I get the feeling he wasn't. And so that is a big, like, a big sort of thing to it. Anyway. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Hi.
The QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. Why would you break the chains? Stream it, don't know, the sword isn't yet sharp enough to cut through the truth. Hi, Kaito. I keep getting distracted by all sorts of things. I need to stop being distracted. I need to stop getting distracted. I really gotta stop getting distracted, guys. I gotta log in. Okay. Anyway, you were murdered with a spear that had been on the wall, yes. Fingerprints of the defendant were found on the murder weapon. At the time, QB was asleep with a drug he inadvertently ingested. What do I have? Oh, you think Black Will's the best prosecutor? I don't know yet. I'll have to see as we get to see more of him. I'll make a real decision. But I do. He is interesting so far. He's definitely interesting so far. Except, you know, like, between Blackwell and Gavin as the best prosecutor, those are two very different prosecutors. But I get it. Yeah, I don't know who my favorite is just yet because I haven't met them all. So I'm keeping my options open. We'll see how things go. What do I have actually? So I have this depicting cause of death around 3:20. At 3 o'clock, there was the wrestling. Jinxie's eyewitness statement. I think the best one is the guy from Chronicles. Then, yeah, we'll have to fucking see, because I'm pretty sure I've seen a picture of the guy from Chronicles. And man, I am a sucker for that kind of character design, so I'll I'll just have to see. He's a bit not racist. He's racist? Fuck. I mean, it was the 1800s, but fuck. Oh, wow, that, it's okay. I won't let it take my opinion just yet. I'll just have to see when I meet him. The hero, Ninetales, okay. Mask. Well, there it is. Yeah, he wasn't wearing gloves, so why wouldn't fingerprints have been seen there? Okay. Z. Weapon used to bludgeon the mayor. I wonder how that flower is going to come to play. Sudden pain jolted the victim awake. He grabbed the statue and struck back. Okay. Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with a huge spear? Absolutely! After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged, then speared, was answered with a righteous counterattack. Do you have proof of this though? Was it like... Do you have proof that the sword moved in... that the spear moved in the wound though? But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman? Absolutely! After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. God, he's so fucking cute! Every time I see him, I want to punch him in the face. In the cuteness aggression kind of way. Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need. Objection! You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here. Setting aside the half-wit's flights of fancy, the fact is this. The court-ordered post-mortem concluded that the victim moved after he was skewered. Thank you, that's the information I was looking for. So he found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh? Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident. No, he really thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. That part about the Elderman fighting back sounds a bit like a big hole waiting to be poked. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because, you know, if he was... That implies that he stumbled back. Like, him sitting on the chair implies that he stumbled backwards. But would he really have done that? And when you consider where the weapon, where the statue was found, it doesn't make any sense for him to have done it. Objection! Okay. But I think I'm on the right track. I just don't know how to prove it. I stand there brazenly objecting a perfectly factual statement. One does not see such shameless behavior that often. Ah. Okay. But was found on no prints could be lifted. Fox and demon statue. Attacked his helpless body, impaling him. That's a true statement. That's a true statement. That's a true statement. Yeah, so it could really only be this, right? So then...
Objection!
Okay. Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective statue theory. There are no fingerprints on it. There are no fingerprints on the supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? This can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man? Yes. I'm sorry, do you wear all of that just to carry around your badge? He's the cutest thing in the entire world. I'm gonna kiss him. Mwah. Yeah, no, you can't go spoiling Chronicles for me. We're blasting through Apollo Justice. We'll be playing Chronicles by Christmas. Or hell, we might even be finished Chronicles by Christmas, who knows? You did it, Apollo! You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favour. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor. You mean there was a third party there in the Fox Chamber? Exactly. And this could be the big break we've been looking for. It does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There is a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall the blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. What are you getting at? Hone your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle, and you shall see the hole that you thought you found to be but an illusion. Now let's see. How was that cloth used to wrap the statue? But then, isn't there too much blood on it? Or how did it get under there then? Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth? In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Precisely. Bully for you, boy. Ah, it's nothing. Apollo! Don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did. I did. Right. That a statue was wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves that there are no holes in our theory of the Alderman striking back. Yeah. Now do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that he always tenderly honed his blade before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. I was kind of attached to that hole. Now what? Well, first you question how the cloth got on the chair. Second, how the statue got next to the Tenma. Ugh. Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say, someone other than the Elderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady. There's only one answer, the real killer. Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right. Athena, are you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with the statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed the Alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Sorry. Guess I got carried away. Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Sorry, Your Honor, it's just this kid still, well, a kid. Ouch! You meanie! I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the Alderman. Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Because of the fucking rumors, Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch. This I am not reporting to Mr. Wright. Hi, Fulbright. Explain to his boldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind these feathers and tracks. What? You mean you can explain all that? Ha ha ha! Our investigative prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Very well, let's hear what these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition in the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the prosecutors. the protesters. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears? Absolutely! He knew exactly how to pry on their superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The cursed demon Tenmataro, that is. Tenma who? Tenmataro, the legendary demon, locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon. And thus were they blinded to other, more plausible explanations. Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor, and as part of the event, there was someone who dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection.
Dullard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here, the feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believing the murder to be the work of the real Tenmataro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection.
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection.
The evidence speaks for itself, Fulbright. Right! It was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-murder movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of the Ninetales Vale really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so. A particularly silver-haired, silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest to prey. You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well, now that the defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Centered on the man's attempt to crush the opposition in the municipal murder. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. Okay, what was the story with the Ninetales? Okay. I don't have any information in my arsenal about the murder plan itself, which is a bit annoying for me since I don't exactly remember a whole lot about it. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Not to believe that a stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt. We have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it all on the mayor. Then we're going to need to prove that Mayor Tenma didn't plant that yokai stuff. How are we supposed to do that? Okay, prove that he didn't plant the yokai stuff. How do we do that? Soul document showing what Tenmataro looks like. The Tenmataro warding charm. A flower found in Nine Tails Vale. A newspaper with a photo of Tenmataro soaring to the sky. Airborne figure resembling Tenmataro captured on camera 340. That could be it. That could be what we're wanting to use then. Which makes sense to me. Because then he would need to have an accomplice. And do you have any idea who the accomplice is? Mayor Tenma, da 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 da. Strange feathers in the tracks he planted. It would look like a yokai.
Hold it!
But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with a murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why stop there? Why not stop there? Why murder Alderman QB? Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So, Your Honor, agrees with there was no reason for the murder to occur, correct? Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? I don't like the sound of that. Alderman QB's secret identity. Apollo? I think Prosecutor Blackquill has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my. But why would it have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your boldness has had an epiphany, I say. Our victim, Rex QB, was the amazing Ninetales. And the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No! Order, order. What a shocking development. A motive clearer than crystal clear. What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. Hello, Jesse. How you going? At last, we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your boldness? I'm going very well, thank you. Things are going great today. I admit, it is odd that he had to create this other persona, just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your boldness. Right, now take a look at this. If you value your dearest in life, you will merge Ninetail's veil with Tenma. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest as good as dead. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket. Oh. That QB's... They took Tenma's blackmail letter and put it in QB's pocket. Interesting. At present, the alderman's wife is in the hospital, and that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, but didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing right after the alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the alderman's pocket? It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. Yeah, that's what you get by being at Broken Hill. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he'd just left after planting the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetails. So it was the amazing Ninetails' counterattack that brought the entire crime to light? Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence. And that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that. Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers in the tracks, which isn't possible because the tracks are in his blood.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene photo, and just what does this prove? It proves when the feather and tracks were planted. But I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence and then was knocked out while killing his victim. But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear that the feathers and tracks were when the feathers and tracks were left to the scene. I mean, given that the feathers are on top of the blood and stuff. Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and the tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes. See how the feathers are on top of the blood and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said yourself, the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all, therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. Ah! There must be some mistake. Are you not wearing any socks? Order, order. Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Ha ha ha! Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you. You do? But how? Ah! He's gotten cuter, guys. He's gotten cuter. Oh my god, look at him. Oh, it's okay, baby. It's okay. Let's go bake a cake together. Okay, it can be any kind you want, and then you can eat it. And I'll make you a nice drink and stuff too. Gah! Fucking kisses him. Oh, is my velvet sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenmataro, as the source of those feathers and tracks. Will somebody please say something? The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare mock this court and justice itself? You're unfit to bear your name, boy. Your boldness. It appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all this statement here, in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenmataro after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around the corner in the hall. It was around here that she saw Tenmataro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind intentionally or otherwise. What? How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? Defense just proved there was someone else. So the mayor isn't the killer? Was it all a setup? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's even allowed to stand in the court of law. That's usually something where, you get kicked out and we never hear from you again. You know, like with Mr. Von Karma. Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor. Good. Now, let's keep it that way.
Objection.
Yes, sir. Little do you realize that though you're on the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled towards the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him. Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it. Okay, but keeping with tradition, you're not meant to speak if you do see Tenmataro. So that would be why they wouldn't tell us. Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time, and they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Do you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Why didn't those two see the Tenmataro impersonator pass by? Why don't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap in the lobby. I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. But when we capture him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No, wait. I didn't want to know. Very well, then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. Sup, dude? How you going? Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? Her name's Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like. Oh, my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And Your Honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. Ah, it's those shoes again. Do they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Mr. Filch stole them again. They're all yours, Your Honourship, sir. What? But they seem awfully expensive. Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like Your Honourship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. Aw, ethics, methics. Just take them if you want them polished. Polish them right up for your nice do. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Ten Mataro in the foyer after the murder. Hi, Money. Hi, Money. Yes, we're hanging out with Blackwell today. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree. That yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams. So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed like Tenrataro? Yep, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, and the holy truth, and not a butter the truth. And Tenrataro? Bah! You don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo-jumbo, do you? I certainly don't. My bracelet. It's... something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Mr. Filch, has been lying to us? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of nervous habit. Ow! That's fucking dangerous! What's a hawk doing here? That's the most dangerous thing that has ever been allowed in this courtroom. Do you know how fucking sharp those talons are, Blackwell? His name's Tom. Okay, no, it's a... Actually, you know what? I'm less mad. I like birdies, especially if they're named Taka. Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you, you know, in jail. Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. This isn't... Ugh. I won't be able to squat like this. What the heck is going on around here? Run for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Hehehe. Somebody help me! Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed? Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. If there is someone dressed as Tenmataro there, Filch would have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, like Mr. QB asked. Can you talk faster, my dude? I was still in the office, keeping good watch when the murder happened around 3 p.m.
Hold it!
Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time? Oh, poor old Filchy. Been working hard my whole life. Only to be smeared by some greenhorn in his fancy schmancy suit and silly haircut. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. I didn't mean to get off subject there. Sheesh. Blackwell didn't even say anything. To answer your question, yes, I keep both of them, in fact, on the foyer. I don't believe you. I do not believe you at all. Because you watch things, don't you?
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at the TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss. I didn't watch that one, no sorry. I was doing my job just like I was supposed to. Guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch. Someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yipes! Not only that, but you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your rude poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types too. I can do double duty watching TV and the foyer at the same time. The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe that the witness was slacking off? That is correct. He claims to have been watching the TV and the foyer at the same time, but that's nothing but a bold-faced lie. Bold, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice? And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it. How can I prove that he was only watching the one? You see, they're calling the police. They pass by each other in the bend in the hall. As he made for the foyer, he was carrying a staff-like implement that jingled. My guess would be the jingling. You would have heard the jingling if you were really paying attention. That's what I'm thinking right now.
Take that!
No. Okay. How can I prove that he wasn't watching the foyer? Maybe the floor map. Maybe the floor map. Yes, can... I hate that it doesn't no longer skip through text when I click enter a bunch of times. This one. Yeah, the TV is here, but you can't exactly watch the foyer and the TV at the same time because the TV's there.
Take that!
Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Oh, why yes! Someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly. And that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and you were not watching the foyer at as you claim. Yipes! Bags out of the cat. The other way around. Order, order. But, Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Temritaro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
What now? Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? The camera, Apollo. This. I'm not a mind reader. Auditory senses. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes! Yes, they were! But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't. My eyes might be lazy, but my ears aren't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Not enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears were working full time. No one's the liar now. So who's the liar now? No good shyster. A lying thief calling me a shyster? This has to be a low point for my fledgling. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing, and them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Yipes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there were no Tembataro in the foyer. Superstition is the religion of the feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that, our entire world would be put upside down. Says the convict prosecutor, who is totally a sign of the end of times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming around, I'd nab 'em and sell 'em in the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. That seems to be a general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if we can't prove she saw Temataro, the mayor sure is to be convinced. The judge is sure to be convinced. And we'd better hope that my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Yeah, my eyes might have been slacking, but my ears are working overtime. Just there, real quickie, squeaky. Would have heard someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Temataro in the foyer. Carrying a staff like implement that jingled. Are we trying to claim that they were flying? Are we trying to claim that they were flying instead? Apollo, what could this mean? Do you think Jinxie was just seeing things? Well, if that's the case, the details she provided are pretty impressive. But if we're to continue believing Jinxie's statement, we'll just have to uncover Filch's lie. Right. Or find out why he couldn't tell the truth. I would have missed someone walking. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Temataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. A jingle jangle. How does he do that? It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Temataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Temataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Temataro jingle jangles. I consider this very important information because Temataro was never depicted with a staff like that, other than when she saw him that day. Extremely vital. I request that this be added to his testimony. Temataro would have passed by, his staff would have jingle jangled. Yeah, though it, unfortunately, that staff doesn't exist.
Objection!
Temataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up. Is there something defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Temataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Temataro would be holding a staff? Huh? You see, the Temataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands, and she described its sound just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding a staff, what's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Temataro doesn't use a staff, not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Temataro. Is there a staff in this picture, Mr. Filch? You're right, there's no staff. Not even a cane or a walking stick. So the question is, why did the witness think Temataro used the staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Temataro carries a staff. This was wrong, he actually saw Temataro. Mr. Filch actually saw Temataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way you could possibly know about the staff. Busted again! Bloody hell! You... Car. He actually said bloody hell. I appreciate that. Yes. How'd that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Temodaro that day, didn't you? Well? I'm begging you. Please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Temodaro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do, no way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. It just, Mr. Filch still won't admit he saw Temodaro even though everyone knows he did. The question now is why? Mr. Filch is scared of death. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it. They say, you must not gaze upon Temodaro, not in the event that... Not, but in the event that you do look and tell anyone what you saw, Temodaro will claim your soul. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Temodaro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone she had seen Temodaro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? So Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him, eh? Them old village superstitions? Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things, and the superstitions may be the reason our witness can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Temodaro. Darn straight, that's why! It's all right here. Do not gaze upon Temodaro. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it: your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. See? That's why us folks in Ninetails Vale can't talk about seeing Temodaro. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstition by wearing a Temodaro costume. They knew that they would... that way no one could talk about him, so it was as if he was never existed. The defense holds that Temodaro impersonator is the true killer. What?
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that use some... And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? Huh? I understand the words you're saying, but that sentence is really fucking weird, Blackwell. You need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetail Vale. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. Ah. Wow, look at him. Order, order, I say. You fool of a tanuki. 2 times now, your lies have cost me. Sorry, sir. I promise not to do it again. Taka, my fine feathered friend, have him. He's gonna eat me alive, head for the hills! Ah, he took off. Bailiff, what are you waiting for after him and with your fastest men? That's certainly not something you see every day. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as a yokai, Taro, was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? I'll take that as a no. Oh. What? His shackles. I'm too young to die. Justice, Dono. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. Eek! What the fuck did we let this guy in the courtroom in the first place? Detective! Do something! Ha ha ha! Have no fear, Fulbright is here! When the going gets tough, a champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us. Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that set him free. Oh my god! I definitely know what AO3 does to you two. Objection, objection, I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice.
Silence.
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh. Well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, you know... I think the judge has... I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. So, Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right. And that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman QB.
Silence.
Ah! Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber? What? He's right. She said nothing about Tematara being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon seeing the door, she found a freshly skewered murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up as Tenma. Then, why does the little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. Okay, but first of all, she was in a panic and definitely didn't look around the room. There was a divider screen that anyone could have hid behind. The doors were large enough for anyone to hide behind too. She probably didn't even notice that she destroyed one of the Tanuki statues. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Demataro inside the Fox Chamber? There is but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw the killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last it shall be satiated.
Wait, this is still a trial, right?
Show me what you're truly capable of, Justice Donor. Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess? Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo.
Not really.
The loo? You mean the bathroom?
So he is British. Sheesh. At least include enough time to wash our hands.
See that you take no more than 3 minutes, or latecomers will be punished. Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of the round of Simon Says.
Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it?
Can you type faster, please? He busted out of his shackles.
Yeah.
What was it? What was that all about?
Guess they don't make shackles like they used to.
Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmatara impersonator at the manor.
What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway?
Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel.
No, wait. Let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence.
I suppose it could wait until then.
Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up.
Remember what Black Hill said, Apollo? Don't be late. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is. Nurari Hyun? Leader of the 100 demons? He really does exist? Wow, that is one well-polished tray. The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child? Begone, Nurari Hyun, leader of the 100 demons. Ho ho ho, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. My charm has no effect. The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one. Now, you little scamp. Yes? I trust you know why you're here. Bags. Bags. Oh, that tricksy tanuki. Try the noodle stand.
And go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian. No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this is a charm. We'll keep Azukirai away. Azukirai. The yokai that washes Azuki beans. The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head off. Azukirai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick the charm to your forehead, you won't hear him anymore. Is that so? Well, thank you. Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. Bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Temataro when you discovered the crime scene. Did I see Temataro in the fox chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Lots and lots of them. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Temataro happen to be among them? I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Kirikabi, Setotai Sho, they were all over. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. What character do I like for this case? Do you mean a character exclusive to this case? Or the character so far in this game that I'm like, oh my god, I love you so much? Because right now, my favorite character in Apollo Justice is Fulbright. Exclusive to this case, I'm not sure. I do really like the defendant. I think he's lovely. This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony. Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes? Or Sykes? Sykes? Or Sykes? Sykes. I like Sykes. Sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering the crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. I'll show you. Yay. This is the easy bit. Oh, jeez. Well, when I opened the door, I saw... I love this art style so much. Found something? Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this is one of Widget's functions. Right here, you can see images and emotions extracted from a witness's voice. Wow, you mean that little thing can do all that? Pretty cool, huh? Dear, I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit up there in the bottom left? She's under the uncontrollable amount of stress, which is making her other emotions, which is affecting her other emotions. It seems that sheer terror of she experienced has made her a confused mess. No, I don't like Tenma in that way. Gant is a completely other category. If anything, the closest person who's getting to Gant right now is Fulbright. That man, wow. He's so silly. I want to make him a cake. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Yes, that's right. Her fear has instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. So she was, and still is, seeing ordinary objects as yokai. Well, we'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before we can treat it. Now let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe, then point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotions. Finally, hit probe again to try to get to the heart of the matter. Okay, let's give this a try.
Got it.
Jinxie, what's the name of that yokai on the Wheel of Fire? That's Kasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the Eldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on the Wheel of Fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? The light.
Take that.
The light fixture. This one right here, it has a flame design and is up on the ceiling. There was never a yokai or on a Wheel of Fire. The Kasha you saw was just a light fixture. That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about the white wall-like monster? That's Nurikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster, it's just a statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups, and this right here, it's nothing but a fox statue. I don't know what I was thinking. You did, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the fox chamber. Right. There never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion. Wait. Jinxie, what about Temataro? There wasn't anyone there dressed like Temataro, or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now. You've gotta be joking! Order! Order in the court. I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you in. That's the least I could do. No! Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Did I see Temataro in the fox chamber? I was so scared when I entered the room. Fell to the ground. In the fox chamber, I saw the alderman's dead on the table, Papa collapsed on the floor. Nobody else was there, and that includes Temataro. Okay. Wait. What am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotion that contradicts her statements. So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out? That's right, but it's not just contradictory emotions you should look for. You should also keep an eye for a sudden change in emotion's intensity. Her emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony. Contradictory emotion and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Well, it got particularly strong. Okay. Includes Temataro. Okay, but which one is the one I wanna go with? I'm confused. Okay.
Got it.
It's really not. Like, none of it seems like an unnatural reaction to me is the problem. Like, it all seems normal to me.
Got it.
The amount of fear you felt is rather low, despite your legs having given out from fear. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Ah, look. Okay. Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. A sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Hi, Crispy. I know, it's really late for you. You really should be going to bed earlier. No problem, no problem. You take care of yourself. You take care of yourself as you pass out. Any ideas what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did you have a sudden burst of courage? Have anything to do with the flower you like? Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a Ninetales flower there at the scene, did you? The demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a Ninetales flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence as innocent. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look. Something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look at that, your boldness? Ah. This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key went missing? I don't like the sound of that. Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the fox chamber has been in the little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder. No! No! Because she found it after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Temmer opened the fox chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. And there was no one else in there, save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer, other than the Mayor Tenma himself, would be utterly inconceivable. No! I don't think so, though. How could this happen? Defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, are you alright? I know Mayor Tem is innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks. The psychos don't know. Allow me to put you out of your misery.
Can I decline your offer?
Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept.
Great. Now he's playing Simon Says with us.
Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games.
Athena, don't fall for his tricks.
No, I'm the one who's dazed and confused. Oh my god, I can't even speak straight.
Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap.
Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom into the wide blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be clear and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in 10.
Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai.
Apollo? Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection. What do you object to?
Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. The court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now,
I'll be forced to decline your declare your client guilty and your legal skill suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case?
Well, actually I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine!
Apollo, you do have something more than your cause of steel, don't you?
Oh, not really, but we'll be fine.
But...
I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't.
Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box.
Or in this case, inside the box. You know what a doozy that locked room is, too.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument?
You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another.
Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Turner.
Yeah. Time to do or die, literally.
The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened?
I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing from the very beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so?
The choices are pretty limited. Room. The room is wide, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's up too high, and there's nothing you can stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out.
Yeah.
That's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like I say, simple's best.
We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then, whatever's left might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that this is how the killer... This is what the killer escaped through here. The door itself. Because why... They would have just escaped after Jinxie left to call the police.
Take that!
Hallway door. Oh, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Temma came to the scene was within the locked room. And how would one exit the fox chamber and then lock it without a key? They were still in the room! I should have seen that coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Is that not the simplest, right? That they just left after the body was discovered? I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but... How is that not the answer, though? Prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you can explain yourself quickly. I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chambers hallway was locked was because... Tenma locked it from inside. Mayor Tenma locked it himself after the killer fled the scene. No, that's not what I meant by that. Just in case the killer decided to return. Apollo, that's not at all what I thought you meant by that. That would explain why the room was locked. Yes, I see. Then again, wouldn't Mayor Tenma have mentioned that himself? Oh, maybe it slipped his mind because that blew his head? I had already considered and investigated such possibilities. You have. The mayor's fingerprints were not found on the door or its doorknob. The only fingerprints found belonged to the alderman. Ergo, the mayor did not do such a thing, so much as touch the door. Oops. Okay, then how about... hallway door is locked. It blocked it from the outside. It locked on its own. I don't like any of these options. From the outside, in other words, the killer took the key from the hallway and... Consider this, the master key was found inside the tightly locked fox chamber. What the fuck? It locked on its own then? That's not... The simplest explanation would just be that he left when the door was open, which is why... Sure, why not? Sure. We'll just fucking go with this then. Could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Do it in from outside. You know, something like go to the hallway door, lock the room, then toss the key back through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside the fox chamber's door. Apollo, why do you always make such a plausible explanation? And then you make it the most unplausible by not using the obvious answer of the fucking air vent. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, yes, this makes sense, but the way you were explaining it means it doesn't make sense. So you're fucking... Apollo, you're doing this on purpose now. Other than the window. Wait, other than the window? Yes, the fucking vent, Apollo! He's being stupid, and I don't like it. The fucking...
Take that!
the air vent. Yes, the window may be out of question, but the air vent's not. Can't believe you did this, Apollo, because... Apollo going on and on with these fucking things, making me think I'm the one in the wrong. Fuck you, Apollo. Can't believe I missed all that dialogue because of you. Fucking Apollo. Being stupid. Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber. Then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. That's preposterous. Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. First, the real killer, disguised as Temataro, murdered the Elderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Then they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing! Even I could follow that. The judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Temataro. And there was someone else there than someone else other than the mayor and the Elderman in that room. The jailbird prosecutor? Yeah, fuck that guy. Total turnabout. Wow. I'm sorry, did you just say that this forehead of his seems so much more attractive now? Order, order. Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty. A valiant effort, Justice Dono. But your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. And then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled through the... Ouch! But that is impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer's security camera, that is. The electric eye that would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Temataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good. Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Unless I point out every crucial detail to the defense. It seems you lack no brains. You lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. There is a cliff. That is the cliff side of the manor. Only the killer escaping that way would be... The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. None! Wait. So the killer didn't escape through the foyer window? What the heck, right? Huh. I suppose your next proposal is that the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean that the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could prove a flying killer. Like the newspaper article. It was saying we don't. It's completely far-fetched, as it is, might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Whoa, I thought I was the only one called to steal. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor? What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Take that!
Take a look at this special edition newspaper. Taro Real or Flight of Fancy. What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in the article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in this photo is the killer shortly after they fled through the window? Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting... Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer, disguised as Temataro, flew away. You know. It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is naught but trick photography, or some other form of artifice. Okay, then how about the Temataro figure Mr. Fuchs saw? It just vanished into thin air. No, there is a rational common sense explanation for that. The infernal yokai, our tricksy Tanuki witnessed, never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where he's going one bit. Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it's likely that either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, to Justice Donner? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Temataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. Huh? No! Dude, you're trying so hard with this. Order, order. The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. No, it fucking doesn't! It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way? He fell right into his trap. What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It is time to interrogate her as the samurai of yore would. Mayor Tenma? This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenma Taro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile to point and claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by the blow on the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution will be willing to overlook a little yokai farce. Confess? The defendant intends to confess. Wait. Apollo? Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Yeah, like a fucking prick. Blackwell, this is why no one likes prosecutors. You're just proving everyone's point. Megatemma, no, don't fall for his twisted words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killers. Megatemma's going to confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Car, my dude? Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return. Huh? Ah, I should watch what I wish for. Foolish mortals. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. Maya Tenma. Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bounds binding me in the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King. What the? Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation. The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying that you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say? What nonsense. So, Maya Tenma is a yokai now? Caw. His body is now mine. So you're saying that Maya Tenma is being possessed by you, and that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw, and the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you? The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Your boldness. Can this not be interpreted as admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. Huh? What? You claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber. But it was the accused all along. But you claimed that that was impossible. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in the manner of speaking. For the Alderman's killer is none other than the Maya Tenma, and the yokai at the scene. That too was Maya Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenmataro. The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackwell? It seems I must spell it out for you. Maya Tenma killed the alderman in Fox Chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenmataro, freed at last from the chamber's warding effects, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenmataro then fled from the Fox Chamber. Okay, but you're the one who said Tenmataro was 100% definitely not fucking real. Black Wheel, pick a fucking side. I fucking hate this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. You've got a cool design and a cool name, but fuck you.
Objection!
But when we arrived at the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible if he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window?
Then what? Do you mean to say that the maid in QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro?
Oh, can't it be someone fucking else, though? Why are you insisting that it was someone else? That it was one of the Tenmas, when it could very well have been anyone else in that fucking manor? Fuck this guy. So hard. Can we go back to Gavin, please? Please? Can we go back to Gavin? If you're allowed to be here on the charge of murder, I think Gavin can be here. Fuck this guy.
That, too, is easily explained. Flew about for a time, did I, but presently tired. I made for the forbidden chamber, but alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the fox chamber, and I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place.
Is Black Quill up to his tricks again?
It does... I don't know what to say. Is the defendant of real life...
Okay, yeah, fucking, I don't care about what the audience has to say about any of this. Order, order.
And now he's got everyone in the court believing in yokai.
It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai.
The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms with finding the accused guilty, your boldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact.
You've dealt with ghosts at least once a year. Is it really that weird? Can yokai even be prosecuted under the legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature.
Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to... This is the dark age of law, where defense attorneys are not to be trusted.
I'm sorry, but I don't trust you at the moment.
Fuck you. The dark age of the law is because we let you in this fucking courtroom. I'm sorry. I'm getting mad at you. A bit too much here, Black Wheel, but I like you. I like your design. I like your vibe. Everything you're fucking doing, though, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is why prosecutors have a bad reputation. You're the whole fucking reason no one likes prosecutors. You're a fucking stereotype of a prosecutor. Fuck you. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight?
I want to punch him in the fucking face.
Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning. Justice Donor.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence.
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you'll not succumb to temptation.
Fuck you, Dick! How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. It's not a confession! The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but. What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright? Have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Ha ha ha! It seems you found that quite shocking. Of fucking course you'd make that joke. This is why I love you. Thank you for coming in here and just curing me of all the anger I had inside me, Fulbright. It is my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this, Briar. Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behaviour. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defence will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. Thank you, Fulbright, for keeping that motherfucker in line. This is why you're the best character here. Anywho, it's lunchtime. I want some pasta, so I'm gonna make some pasta. You wanna go and listen to some music while I make the pasta? It will only take as long as it takes for me to wash everything and put the pasta on. I'll come back while the pasta's boiling, and then I'll leave again to set it all up. So you get a little bit of music for a little while. What music do you want to listen to? Here you go. I'll be back in a minute. Give me a little bit. Yep.
I feel a little bad.
It's a good day today. I don't get to be outside experiencing it.
It's so upsetting.
Oh, hell yeah. Great song to end on. I fucking love that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Ugh, anyway, so I'll have to check on that in like 10-15. Ugh, but back to the game. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least. I am Tembataro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back Whoa, Trissy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit, back from work. Yup, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I've also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in the court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. And I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tenmataro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. And the real fight starts right now! Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. 3, 2, 1, ta-da! Thanks, Tracy. I love a good magic trick. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vámonos al palo, vámonos. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, Since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you go. Hi, Squish's little face. Pretty please. Squishy, squishy, squishy. Squishy, 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 squishy. Squishy, squishy. Squishy, squishy.
Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... I wonder if he's been like that ever since the trial.
Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover.
I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's get going to the evidence we need.
The air duct is the key. We know that the Temataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the fox chamber through the hallway door. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the fox chamber through the air vent here. And then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created.
If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we will find some evidence there.
Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up.
Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Oh, it's got a cute little bow on it. Or at least it looks like it from this. See? Look, it looks like a bow. I like that. Happy hunting!
Nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. There's a thick layer of dust in here.
That implies that no one's been in there for a while, Apollo.
I don't get it.
Find anything? Yikes, Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust.
Yeah, dust. Lots of dust.
So, what'd you find?
You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time?
Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office.
Right. You think it's possible to roll over that sort of dust without leaving a trail?
I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting no one's gone through the duct lately?
Kinda looks that way. And if that's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer.
But
if we don't turn things around quickly...
In justice we trust! Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not as just after all. It's my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Fulbright sure seems cheaper all of a sudden.
And I'm back to my old devastated self.
Oh, come on, where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on.
Let me suffer in peace.
Ha ha! Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Are you calling me a bad guy? Me? Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice. Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information about the investigation. Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again, understood? We did it, Apollo.
Yeah. How long can we keep this up? Hi! I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwheel would stoop that low. I mean, to pinning the blame on a yokai, he really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. Of course you do. Of course you do. I have absolutely no doubt that's exactly what's going on right now.
Oh, I love him. Oh, he's so sweet.
I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write dotard on 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right! I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It was at the base of the cliff just outside QB Manor. Wait, isn't that the staff that Matara was supposedly carrying? The one and only. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No, what I think is that the guy who did kill them, he tossed it over the cliff, as well as the costume, and that's what made the illusion that Tenmatara was flying. It was their costume. And he stayed there in the manor. If that's not what happened, then I don't know. But I think that's what happened. That seems the most plausible to me. That makes sense. Yeah? If I'm so smart and I just figured it all out, then you can just call me the Ace Attorney. No way! Well, what about Prince? Nope, no Prince, but if she was wearing the costume, then it wouldn't be any anyway. Well, Prince or no Prince, it's not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case, where in the mansion did Tenmataro get it from? Did Prosecutor Blackwheel figure out that the victim was the amazing Ninetales? He did indeed! He's a sharp one, alright. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger and the victim's past. The amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damian Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered the great hero. The amazing Ninetales fans are so angry, they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestler hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the amazing Ninetales? A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others, and there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important than their life itself. He spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinx's father, but our client? Oh yeah. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I doubt that's true. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals." And other things of that nature. God, he's so cute. Look at him. I wonder what my antenna remembered. Too bad you can't speak with him now, because Prosecutor Black was busy questioning him. I know. Why don't we wait at the playground for with the rest of the kids? What now, Apollo? Wow, look at all these people. 15, 45, 46, 18, 50. God, you're in your 50s? Pretty nimble for a man in his 50s. 33. You're only 33? Really? Really? Huh. You're like 10 years older than me. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at his lashes. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love him so much. What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Alright then. Maybe I'll go read some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're on the edge of the cliff and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time it's like we're bound and gagged too. And don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo, and Athena's here too. Mr. Wright. How goes the investigation, Apollo, Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know. I've never had to defend a you guy before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped the locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we going to get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I get stuck. Return to the basics? That's right! Always believe in your client no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? I haven't heard about this before. Yeah, I went there a few times to study various legal systems over there. Definitely just to do that. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist before you quit practicing law. I did. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! But an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Oh! Oh, oh my god. Oh. I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Ah, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. At the tender age of 18, no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times is when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client, right? Mr. Wright. Yeah? I'm going to visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright. Time to see what's new down at the detention center. Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something. Pshaw! That's hilarious. So my minions have returned. Apollo, I think he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to me and Timur again. Silence, peddler of legal trade. Fear me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Wow. He's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him with win his freedom. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed, you know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed! The remnants of Tenma Taro, king of the underworld they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. The prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie. What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you? Well now, Demian appears to still reside within his body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damian. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love from his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him. Yikes. So you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbed with the statue. I'd better ask about this too. Detective Fulbright mentioned you might have something new to tell me? Indeed I have.
regurgitated this key but a short time ago. Behold the key to the forbidden chamber.
Whoa. Is regurgitation one of your demonic powers, do?
Bah! I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry from the forbidden chamber.
So, he wanted to keep it shut tight?
But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key.
How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then?
Foolish mortal! You would have me, Tenma Taro, act as some asinine alchemist. I but asked the jailer, and my will was done, quite eagerly, I must add. Always an honor to serve your malevolence. So he's a fan.
Guess I'm not the only one who scares the living daylights out of.
Can we ask how you use this key? I couldn't find a keyhole anywhere around the door. Curse that infernal door. But if had I known its manner of opening long, long ago, I would have made my return.
He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows about how the whole thing works?
I see.
Okay, I'm gonna go check on my pasta. I'm gonna go check on my pasta.
You guys... this one. You guys hang in there a minute. I'll be back, I promise. The kitchen is literally just outside my door.
Pasta time. Nom nom nom. You boy. Okay. So, Temataro. Tell me about how you got clobbered in the head. What, might I ask, is that? This is a satchel we found at the scene. Someone hit Mayatema over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the Elderman's murder. Let me see what Damien knows about such a thing. Yes. Something wrapped in just such a cloth, does he recall? A secret gift from Alderman QB, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mail was struck. Of that, Damien does not know. A secret gift. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it? Okay. Well, I guess we just need to go talk to her then, about all of this. I should question him about the blackmail letter too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Why that's the accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Was it now? That's what I thought. Apparently, somebody slipped it into the Alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayatema's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal. Who placed this in the Alderman's pocket? Very few were there who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So, whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the Alderman's pocket. Could it have been his doing? Mr. Mayor, I mean, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter. Damien's aide, Florent Labelle. Full knowledge of that briefcase contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer who took it, who we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. Seems that Mayatema is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge! Now we know who might have slipped the blackmail letter into the Alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent Labelle, here comes justice! Let's go find Mr. Labelle and rake him over the coals. Thank you for your help. You've just given us a major lead. Hell yeah. It is highly likely that it was Labelle who took it from the mayor's briefcase. I see. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. Labelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the forbidden chamber? We should probably search for it for clues. Only one problem. How do we open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Alright. Bye-bye, dude. Ooh, this pasta's a bit overcooked.
fine. It's still edible. And I'm having a grand old time eating it. I've been hungry all fucking morning, dude. Like, I had a carrot right before stream, but it did fuck all, so...
Hey, isn't that...
Oh.
You did imprison me. Jinxie! She's acting really strange. Though some no good nine-tailed fox, he shall know the terror that is mine to despair. Oh, how you shall pay dearly, all of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Oh, it's that Mr. Demon Lawyer. Morning, Jinxie. Morning? Isn't it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I lie down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no, it must have been Makura Geishi. Makura Geishi. Makura Geishi? Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? No. Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? No. Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Makure Geishi preys on people while they're asleep. Sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight. Or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I'd say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I'd better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. There was something I wanted to tell you too. I remember something else. You did? What was it? Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. But was one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? Are you sure? Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now. So you're saying that when you left the crime scene, they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory as a whole incident is really working against us. I can see that. You know, this pasta, compared to the pasta I had the other night for dinner, not nearly as good as that was. I mean, I guess that was like a full pasta sauce, so I can't really compare it to this. That is just like 2 fucking seconds, but... But I'm allowed to be picky and judgy with what I'm eating, right? I mean, it makes sense. don't want to eat something I don't like, you know? Ugh. Because, there, halfway done. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that. Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant that evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Jinxie, would you happen to know about how to open the forbidden chamber, would you? The door doesn't seem to have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. A secret mechanism, really? Uh-huh. It's hidden in the fox chamber. But only Elderman QB knew what it was and how it worked. The Elderman of Ninetales Vale sure loved his secrets. Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down. There's nothing else I need to ask about. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. Even the Manners Master key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room and must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Temma took the key from the killer and swallowed it. So the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. I see. Okay. Hi. Well, I guess I'm not meant to be here then. Mwah. What's this? A Sukumogami? Sukumogami? Sukumogami. A yokai that inhabits objects that have been used for a really long time. The Red Demon and a Sukumogami. What a strange combination. Everything you'd think to her is some supernatural phenomenon. I don't think I have anything else I want to ask you about. So... I guess maybe I am meant to be there then. I can't think of anything else. Hi dude, how you going? Excuse me. Yeah, because I can't. That's why I left, because I can't examine anything. Why would I show it to you anyway? And my little thing telling me what to do isn't there anymore, so... Fine. Fine. Two destinies. Case 2. Trial 1. Investigation. Uh-huh. Oh, present the statue. Okay. Makes sense. Alderman QB made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetales Vale and Timbertown. A token of goodwill? Well, the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. This statue originally depicted two yokai holding a cup in celebration. Oh, that's really sweet, actually. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Demmer on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the Alderman and I. Now it's just me, and its symbol of goodwill will forever be etched in my mind. Interesting. So, is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No, that's about it. Ah, my bracelet is reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... In justice we trust! Yikes. That ghost! I take a full right. What are you doing here? I have business with a young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackwheel has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, I'm not interested. Are you here to ask about the whole yokai affair? That's right. Specifically, we want to ask... but I can't tell you that now, can I? Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No. Prosecutor Blackwheel specifically told me my questions are of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. That twisted samurai sure has him on a short leash. So you're not a ghost? Maybe it's some sort of urban troll then. Now, come along, Miss Tenma, to the station with you. Okay, bye you two. He took her away. It's my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. Was your hair always bright blue and I just didn't notice before? Oh, what a fabulous scent! I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Hello, let's ask him about you-know-what. Oh, yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers? What do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. What the fuck? Where are you coming from? You have to excuse me. Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones?
Yes, about that, you must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? Ah! Surprise! This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty.
Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me.
Ah! Ah! You simply don't have an eye for beauty.
If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind.
So, what do you want with me?
Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tenmadaro. What about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, what— Ah!
Ah! Very well, I admit it. That's right. I, Florenta LaBelle, saw the demon Denmadaro.
So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him?
I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie.
Protect Jinxie? What do you mean?
Why, don't tell me you haven't heard that little strange little habit of hers.
Hi, Zetius. How you going? Which one are we talking about?
The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenmataro.
That's new to me.
Ah! Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear a Tenmataro setting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Thank you so much for asking. Tell us more about that rumor.
So, what was that rumor about Jinxie?
They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, and then she starts wandering around doing strange things.
Is that so? Come to think of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope she's okay.
That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier.
Once she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around the woods at night.
She did. Something tells me she's just prone to sleepwalking. I wish I'd never asked.
Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory loss during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy.
No, he did not. Jinxie's dad, Mr. Tenma, did not. Look, I like him as a character. I don't like him in that way, though.
I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession.
I don't know why you guys are so convinced that I like Tenma that much. I don't.
I legitimately don't. He is, like, solid A tier, but, like, no higher. Yeah. I'd say a solid A tier, unless
another character overtakes him eventually. Overtakes him. But as of now, without playing the final game, solid A tier. Then maybe. No! Do you not remember my A tier from last time? Hang on, do I still have it somewhere in my downloads? Where is the... I don't think I still have it. It's in the Discord server. Let me go fucking get it for you. Because you're not the first person to say that to me today. No! No, that's not true. Okay, let me show you this fucking tier list again. Where's it gone? So much talk about Gant in the fucking server. Save image. Oh, why does it save as a WebMD file? Fine, I'll screenshot it. Fine. I don't know why you insist on saving everything as a WebMD file lately. It's really annoying. Okay. Pictures. Screenshots. No. Gallery. This one. See, this was my tier list from last time. As you can clearly see, the A tier is with characters that I think are pretty cool. A tier is a pretty cool category. S tier is the fuck, you're amazing, and then Gant's in his own tier. So, Tenma being an A tier is like Will Power's level of, I think he's pretty neat, you know? Like, I'm happy he's here, I'd hang out with him, seems like a cool guy. That's about it. So I don't like Tenma that much. That's the one thing I can attest to. I did it on stream and you were there to witness it, you can't lie. Look, I don't know why you people keep insisting I care about Tenma that much. I have had no real outward reaction to him. Death sleeping. Oh, fucking get you with the VOD. I'll get you. Get you with the VOD. But no, look. If anything. Hi, Alex. I'm gonna ignore you for now. I don't need to explain my opinions on characters to you again. Taking a pasta break because of this shit. Alex, they're bullying me again. No, my words were Trilo is pretty cool, but as you can see, he's nowhere fucking near Luke at me. I don't know why you're not making fun of me for liking Luke. I don't know why you're not making fun of me for liking, what the fuck was his fucking name? Valant. I don't know why you're picking Tenma to make fun of me of when I was going on about how much I liked Valant when he was around. It is Gant. As you can see, it's Gant right here. Now they're all... Jinxie is lovely. Jinxie is wonderful. What a wonderful girl. You know, I love her outfit. I love her hairstyle. She's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Change that M to an N and you'd be correct. But that's a completely different character from a completely different franchise, so. I can't believe you would come in here and purposefully annoy me when so close to my birthday. So close to my birthday. Why is dog in D tier? Because I don't like dogs. I don't like dogs. I don't like that they want my attention. I think they feel... I don't like the way they feel. I don't like the way they smell. I am a small person and a dog can easily push me over. I don't like how loud they can be. I don't like that they like me so much. I don't like that they don't respect that I don't want to give them attention. I find them overbearing. And I am not the kind of person who is into dogs. I am definitely more of a cat person. Like, dogs are fine. I've grown up with dogs in my, in basically everyone in my family has owned a dog. I'm just not super into them. What does the dog do in the game? I'm pretty sure it's, Gumshoe's dog. It shows up, at one point. I think yeah, all I remember is there was a dog that dog showed up at some point, somewhere, somehow. But yes. 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 We're gonna do another tier list when I finish the last game. So yeah, the dog was one of Gumshoe's secret weapons. Because, you know, it was a doggy. And people like doggies, so doggy, 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 doggy. Get auto mod, serious. I don't know why it only sometimes does that for you, to you. I need to get a fucking mod, but you know, can't be fucked. The Bell, is he French? Possibly, who knows? You can't, because I don't have the money to take care of a dog. Do not, it is highly irresponsible to give someone a dog. You need to, like, have that kind of conversation with someone.
I don't have the money to take care of a dog. I do not have the space to take care of the dog. My mother would adore a dog, so that would be more of a present for her. Look, as long as the plush is cute, it can be of a dog. But if it's not cute, and a lot of dogs aren't cute, yes, you all better fucking be there for my birthday stream. And if you don't say happy birthday, I'll be very sad. I'll be so sad. Look, Zedius, at this point you should just get me a kitty cat. Me a plush little kitty cat. I have a plush rabbit. I have a plush rabbit, which is partly why that my character is a rabbit. But I'll talk about that later. You'll miss my birthday on purpose? You're not invited to my party then. You don't get to come to my party now. I can't believe you'd say that to me. I can't believe you'd say that to me when I'm going to be talking about, the old man Yowie. Can you believe this guy, chat? Jeez. Ah, so you do understand that whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now, wait a minute. Although, that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she not leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Apollo, let's ask Mayor Temma about Jinxie's episodes and the next time you talk to him. The blackmail letter, that's what I was going to ask you about. What is that? It's the blackmail letter that wasn't sent. But it wasn't sent to Album and QP. It was sent to Mayor Temma. And your point being, you missed something important? I mean, we are on the second day of the investigation, so probably. Someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the other woman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to know who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally you... Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. My eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Oh, well... Ah! My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. Damn. Came in here for 5 minutes, did you, Zetius? Just to annoy me? You're really dedicated to your craft. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. He's just stimming with the flour, man. Give him a break. You can't destroy evidence like that. Oh, what do you mean I can't? I just did. Ah, feel a little lighter now. Damn, Zetius. Can't believe you'd say that to me. The streamer.
You know, I'm people's favorite. Don't you know that? People have told me I'm their favorite. Can't say that to me. I'm entertaining. You've just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are we done with your silly questioning now? I'm a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. I mean, I could have gathered you hate LaBelle Gato. Hate how he's cupping that. Yeah. So, of course you hate him. Like, I mean, it makes sense. He's an insufferable douchebag. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid my own private brand is not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV. But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus, I'm getting off. He is a foppish asshole, I agree. Ah! Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis LaBelle brand products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for peasants. Peasants? This is my latest product. I call it Clear Belle. A dazzling hair color that can wash out with just water. Oh, so your hair wasn't blue before. That explains it. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public? Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met. Ah! The little lady has quite a discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift from one who truly appreciates beauty. Oh, Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. A hair color that washes out with water. Okay. Let's head to the Fox Chamber. We've still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Hell yeah. Secret mechanism time. Okay, let's find the secret mechanism for opening the forbidden door. Oh! This is so exciting! I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the forbidden chamber? We'll just have to open it to find out. We should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hid in this room. Okay, let's get started. Okay, I don't know what that word is, mate. Still no keyhole, huh? Yeah, the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on that door. Oh, I know! I'll break it down with a body slam. Haha! I seriously doubt you could do that. Yes. How do you know if I haven't even tried? No, wait, don't. Ugh. Ugh! As much as I hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win that match. There's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door, and a statue of him on either side. The way these two statues are glaring, it looks like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. Can't be a coincidence, can it? Hey! This statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, it might be something to the fact that these foxes' statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. Could this have something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen? But I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have two foxes on it, and there are two fox statues on the door. Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. She's excited as a kid in a candy store. I think maybe we should just, turn them? But I guess you want me to, like, look a bit more. There's a lot of doubles in this room too. Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum? Unsteady and, restless? That's a direct representation of your current state of mind. Wait, what? That was some kind of psychological test. My diagnosis, this strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool. Actually, not far off the mark. No. No, this one. Window. And the cliff outside this window makes it pretty impossible to get out this way. When I hear things like that, it makes me want to try. Never say never, right? I bet I could get out this window. Wait, no. Do you have a death wish or something? It won't even open wide enough for me to squeeze through. Guess I lost that bit. That loss just saved your life. Maybe the killer hid under the table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above it. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait! There's something under the table. Let's check it out. Oh, the avocado statue. Hey, look! There's something down there. It looks like a piece of something. And the question is, a piece of what? Oh, I know! It might be a piece of the statue. remember what Jinxie said? About how it had the extra arms on it? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. So, this piece broke off and rolled under the table. Hell yeah. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find something, Apollo? We'll never find the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. There is something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how they're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. They're facing away from each other, so... On closer inspection, I think there's more to the screen than meets the eye. Let's check out every inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen. Yes, I know how to investigate things. Let's check out every inch of it. Hey, does it look like the picture here has been cut off at both ends? Now that you mention it looks like they're supposed to be... It looks like there are supposed to be doors on both ends, but they're cut in half. Maybe those doors symbolize a Forbidden Chambers door. Yeah. Definitely feels like something significant, but the question is what? I think I know. Oh, whoa! That's so cool! What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something? You think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? No, it's just a picture. Still, you know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Yeah, like maybe what the point is meant to be is you're meant to take these keys and get them close to the keyhole, and then you see what you're meant to do. It's a picture of a key. Shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know! It's the shape of the Forbidden Chamber's key. Wait, what about that keyhole drawn on the center of the screen? You think the two are related? A key and a keyhole. I just got an idea. If we fold the screen up just right, the key and the keyhole should overlap. Hey, I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Yeah. Look, a door. Yeah, and it opened. It's open too. The two foxes are now facing each other, so... Hey, what if we made the fox statues face each other? Apollo, let's go check out the two statues. Okay, help me move the two statues so they can face each other, just like on the screen. Whoa. It's so cool. Look! Our lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked. Time to see why this chamber is so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? Huey Manor, Forbidden Chamber. Tell me your secrets, Manor, sir. These doors need some serious oil. Ah! That was like nails on a corkboard. Oh, right. Forgot about those super good ears of yours. Oh, there's the thing! There's the thing proving that that guy did it. His own personal brand of air dye. Which is a really, really stupid thing to just fucking leave there when you think about it. Oh my god. God. People are so stupid, you know. People have never been more fucking stupid. Oh, look, more feathers. Whoa. So that's where the staff came from. It's so cool in here. What the heck is that? Is that a Temataro statue? But there's something odd about it? All I know is I don't like it and I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kinda pale. You're not scared, are you? What? Of this thing? Don't make me laugh. Really? Hey, look. What? What is it? Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves on a rack. They kind of look like the stuff we saw earlier? You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Temataro carrying? Yeah, I bet our Temataro impersonator really did come in here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. What encouraging music we've got going on here. Hey, there's a bunch of staves here, and it looks like there's one missing. And the Temataro Jinxie saw must have taken it. I'd have to agree. These look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe the spears. Temataro might be, you know, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has spare staves handy, well, it shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Huh. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. And the fact there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. Oh! It's hand cream. Let's see, the brand is Je suis la belle. Belle? What the? And then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? I guess so. But why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Temataro must have taken his staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped this hand cream at that time. In other words, the Temataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than Florent Labelle. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now, all we have to do is get the truth out of Maya Tenma. Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the fox chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe the Tenmataro costume was hidden in here? I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. But when did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the forbidden chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Wow, this is one tough riddle, alright. Looks like an old scroll, and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountain to form a spiritual training? Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in the picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh, look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Whoa, it's turning into Tenmataro. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Tenmataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. It looks like a gravestone or something. It reads, "Here lies Tenmataro, age 80. No, it says, "Here hath Tenmataro been imprisoned." Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone. Say it ain't so. Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. It's a coping mechanism. I'm not scared. Freak out central right here, baby. Cut it out, widget. Denial is strong in this one. A stone lantern. Like those Japanese garden lamps. Where's the switch? Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity, so there is no switch. Oh, here it is. What? It was hidden out of sight. I see Temataro's cell has been outfitted with the amenities a yokai would need. If he's a bird, why he got big ass ears like that? Oh, look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, and there's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads. Well, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with the case after all. You say that, but... Whoa, that's one big statue. Must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Tenmataro has a staff. But the Tenmataro in the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? Let's take a closer look. First, to go around the table here. Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it. Who knows what might be in there? Which is a big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it and... Wait. There is something in here. Looks like some sort of figure. But it's so dusty I can't tell what it's supposed to be. I wonder what it's doing here. I guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Filch and Jinxie? Yeah. I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions and Timbadaro. It's the curse! The curse! The curse of Timbadaro! Oh, fuck you, dude. You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your business, will ya? Yeah. Ouch! What's all this about a curse? Timbadaro gonna curse us all. Lazy, you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Yeah, says the guy who steals shit, my dude. Like, what the fuck? Right, about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? Hey, what are you doing with widget around your neck? He's mine. You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. Same goes for my bracelet. Sorry, I promise I won't do it again. You almost kidnapped my sweet little widget. That big jerk. I'm sorry. Guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. I can't believe you did that! It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal widget? Yipes! Mercy, mercy! I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kuzo was my grandpappy. And take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of the yokai to me. It's none of that. None other than the Azuki Kozo. Robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he'd leave one of these figures. Oh. What's more, I'm his grandson, because he was my grandpappy. Wow, you don't say. Thieves' honor is the honest truth. The sloshing sound of Azuki beans scraping together in the dead of night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving it out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money, giver-outer of wealth reborn. Forget the money, you should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second, this figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks like that dusty old figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Hey! What are you doing with that there figure? Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it's been there practically forever. Could me and my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me, he once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there? Didn't seem anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't, by chance, already steal it, did he? Seeing how there's one of his figures in there, that just might be. That's Grandpappy for ya. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Oh, of course. Because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Temotaro near the scene of the crime. Sorry I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. People of Nine-Tailed Vales sure seem like the superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Temotaro. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan on staying here in Nine-Tailed Vale? Yep, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like my grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rule book to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to a word I said? You're going to do exactly what them superstitions say. I say that's baloney. Yeah, don't tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village.
Take that!
Clearly written right here, ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. So, according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Nine-Tailed Vale. But if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yipes! You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Temotaro? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Temotaro. If I said I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said they would. So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you. Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid girl. It was on account of that rumor, the one about her being possessed. That rumor again? I guess we really have to talk to Mayor Temmer about the possession rumor. Ouch! Hey, watch it! I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like a family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Was that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Temotaro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. Oh, come on, Apollo, it's not that bad. Lord Temma, your attorneys are here to see you, your malevolence. Oh, you've got a seal on you again. Why are you speaking like that? Oh, Mayor Temma, you've returned.
Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me.
That's a relief. Maybe you'll actually get somewhere this time.
So, what can I do for you today?
We'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed.
Ah,
She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under the demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Huh?
no match is this warding charm for me.
Ugh, it's a charm.
Temataro's back. Those are foolish mortals. They shall regret blaming the child for my doings.
Ugh, I blew it. I quite should have brought that yokai back. And he probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. We'd like to ask you about something about your aide, Florenta LaBelle, mentioned. Did you know that Jinxie is rumored to be possessed?
I know not of what you speak.
You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you?
I, Temataro, demon lord of the yokai, protect a mere mortal. No affections do I possess for your race of humans.
Please, we already proved that there was a third party disguised as a yokai in the scene, but if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayatema's name.
But I have already told you, I know not of what you speak.
I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant the yokai evidence.
Hey, Apollo, I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it.
Really?
Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain the whole possession thing.
Knock yourself out then. Wow. He is really something. I can really count on her when it counts.
Mayatema, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking?
Yes, I believe she is exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job at Ninetales Vale? When the child visited last. She did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it! The lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level.
So then the Temataro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie.
Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter.
Look, Temataro's spirit. He's left the mayor's body.
Can you tell us the truth now, Mayatema? Very well. It's the least I can do for a superb exorcist such as you. Mayatema, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt.
I knew it.
You suspect Florent is behind all this. But why? Did he really want Ninetales Vale that badly?
Can you think of any other reason?
Looking back, he did seem fixated on Temataro for a spell. Could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Temataro.
I don't think he believes in any of that. That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai is real? Whatever the case, Temataro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstition warns, you must not gaze upon him nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who was behind the whole Temataro thing, you know. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, your malevolence. Ah, an offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Yes, your malevolence. I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up the yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next? Now that we know the truth. He won't be able to claim that Temataro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. But the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? Yeah, why not just fucking save it for the courtroom then? Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchy, from the top. Mr. LaBelle, was in the foyer at the time of the crime? And when we heard a scream, oh heck, what was the next part again? You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 13th time, you know. Now, 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? I ain't cut out for this. Whoopsie daisy. Ow. Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just, unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two! Eavesdropping, are we? Pfft, you peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? Your confession to being Temataro imposter would be nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Temataro. Filchy, you fool! I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. Yeah, why would you fucking say that right now? Why not save this shit for the fucking trial, Apollo? So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Temataro. Interesting. But where are you going with this? Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Temataro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Temataro? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, and Miss LaBelle even told me to... I said Temataro was Jinxie, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of Flea. Practice it 100 more times. Yipes. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. I'll be waiting for this special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy! Wake up, you lazy bones! Huh? What? Was I sleeping? Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging ya. Listen, I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Yeah. Right up the schnozzle. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, please. Anything but another lesson. There they go. It's our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, but we'll get the proof we need in the court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left is that lie Jinxie told. We'd better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over at Yoko Lion shopping for more charms. That's Nine-tailed Fox. Time for my grudge has festered over time. At last, vengeance will be mine. She must be possessed. Sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Jinxie? Huh? Oh. Hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. Phew. Guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the walk back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah? Which one? Oh, the one with the Nine-tailed Fox and Temataro. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Oh, right. For the municipal merger issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. I'll stop you two from fighting like you did in the court this morning. Nah, it's okay. I'd rather kick Simon in the fucking dick. We weren't fighting. We would just It was a spirited debate. That's what lawyers do. No fighting. Charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Doing so. Seems like you're all starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime? Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in the Fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. I knew it. She's holding something back. I was right. Better stop before I pull an eye ligament. Ew, don't say that to me ever again, Apollo.
Gotcha!
You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know, because I saw your fingers move as if they were going to slap someone with a charm. Huh? Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit he did say something else? How could you tell? Only a demon could have such a power. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman QB." He said what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime. But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client. Even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming or simply delirious? Who knows? But I sure feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our client's even confused. Not only that, but Jinxie has been accused of planting the yokai events. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to be in prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in a locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first arrived at the door, Alwyn QB and Mayor Tenma were the only people who she saw in the Fox Chamber. But the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have then fled the Fox Chamber when it was opened. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma Taro. But Papa and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? Bell's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo, we have to take down the dirty, rotten Tenma Taro, Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with a legal exorcism justice style. I did not give that the power that sentence deserved. To be continued. I don't believe it. Whoa. long is this? Because my throat's hurting. Okay, not long at all. Awesome. We'll finish this off and then I'll probably skedaddle. We shave it. See? Yes, I'd like to continue. Ugh, Apollo's voice destroys my throat. Hell yeah. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, the defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. Athena Psychus, assistant defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Je suis prête. Stupor is there, I see. And in French, no less. And the prosecution. Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackwell played him. That was one mean game, Simon says. Yeah, His Honor has to fight to defend his honor today. Your boldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was a look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been wanting opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court, the one thing you could not possess. The crown jewels of the court? Blackwell, we'd be wasting so much less time if you just got the fuck on with it. Yes, I'm going to start making fun of you at every single opportunity I can. You've done this to yourself, mate. Now, at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then? I'll make a special exception, just this once. Here we go again. Yep, more of Blackwell's mind games. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Elderman Rex QB, was the Amazing Ninetales. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetales was a key figure in the yokai craze and anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex QB's secret identity, the Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light. And the only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party, but further investigation revealed no proof of third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh! One more thing to boast about to my grandchildren. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? Feathers in the tracks? Were those left by the mayor while he was possessed? That was but an act to protect his daughter. Oh, yes, of course. I had suspected as much. Wait, so did you actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Denma.
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony then? For I am ready to prove that little scamp is one behind the Denmataro farce. Witness testimony? I bet it means Filch and that creep LaBelle. Very well then. Bailiff, could you bring in the first witness? How are you going again, Mr. Filch? Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it doesn't happen again today. Been known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid. A bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed. You managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs a slip. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Yipes! Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. Can you not say those things? Yipes! No, please. I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement. Now. Yes, sir. Mr. Blackhead, sir. He may be a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, Blackwell doesn't strike me as the give-up easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. Temataro's really that little maid girl. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Temataro I saw was just a little thing about her size. But the little runt had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after something on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know it. So, Tematara was short in stature. Okay, but how did you know what was in the Forbidden Chamber? And that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along. You betcha. Besides, all the rest of the manor were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy task. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Temataro impersonator was walking on their knees? Weren't no knee walking, I seen it myself. And perhaps the yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. All monsters are naught but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap parlour variety. So you're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things? Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Prosecutor Blackquill just gave up the ghost, literally. The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may now begin cross-examination may now cross-examine the witness. Hands hurting, jeez. Okay, Filch. Ain't no doubt about it. That Matara I saw was just a little thing about her size. A little runt with a big old staff.
Hold it!
Well, you're not going to brush it off by claiming that Perp was short. I must have hit a raw nerve because you ain't that tall yourself. Who's talking, mister? I've got to stand on a box just to testify. Anyway, Mr. Filch, correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't you say that Tematara you saw had a staff? Oh fuck, I'm getting a phone call, hang on. I got no fucking clue what the fuck that phone call was about. Whatever. 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 I've got a game to play. I've got a game to play. I'm good. 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 Anyway. Didn't you say the Tematara you saw had a staff? Cross my heart, hope to die. I know, cause it went jingle and a jangle. And where do you suppose that staff came from? The staff, you say? Well, bet you she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber while she's stumbling on the crime scene.
Hold it!
I suppose you mean to say that Jinxie Temma entered the Forbidden Chamber to get one? Well, I ain't never seen stuff like that in the manor, so it had to be from the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, really? This Tensorflow Bell is thick in the air today. Jinxie entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident. Then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Temataro. I guess that's what Future's trying to say. Could Jinxie have even entered the Forbidden Chamber if she wanted to? There is one thing I was wondering about. Why did that yokai have a staff in the first place? Well, I got my hunches about that. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. Why? Wallop you? Why wouldn't the so-called yokai want to do that? That little maid gal never did like me. She always hightails it when I come round, or she sticks one of those weird papers to my noggin. She probably thinks of him as a dreaded Tanuki monster of QB Manor or something. We need to prove that Jinxie isn't Temataro. But I've no idea how they're going to do that. All we have to do is prove that it was impossible for Jinxie to turn into Temataro. And that might be easier than you think. Really? Now's our chance. Our chance to expose the real Temataro after all, for all to see. Really? By presenting what? By presenting watercolor. You mean because this was found in the Forbidden Chamber?
Objection!
No. Fuck off, Blackwell, I don't care. Oh, I don't know if I should, well, I have no patience for vagaries. Now answer my question. Yes, sir. The defense's objection is clearly misguided. Bravo, nicely done. Yeah, I know. The key then?
Objection!
It would seem that Tematara was, in fact, not this innocent little girl. Huh? Oh, you figure that? You claimed the Tematara you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber? But it would have been impossible for Miss Temma to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? Its key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenma seen holding the staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. Yeah, you all be shocked at that. But then, who does the defense believe was impersonating Tenma? Our Tenma impersonator is none other than the mayor's Tenma's aide. Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact I can. Very well, let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof that the true identity of the Tenma impersonator. We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber, and we know that whoever was Tenma took one of the staves from out there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a handprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So you expect to find the yokai's prints there? Very well, I hereby call a short recess while we wait for a fingerprint analysis. No need for that, your boldness. We have the prints of everyone in the manor that day. You called, Prosecutor Blackwell! Could anyone be more whipped? Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command! Very well then. I guess we'll just wait right here. It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete. What do the results show? What in the world? They're Florent Labelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm not going to like this, am I? Don't tell me. They're Tenma prints. Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to... Phineas Filch.
Objection!
Wait, what? What? Then Mr. Labelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber.
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki, explain yourself now. Sure, them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. Labelle after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber? So what if I did? Got a problem with that? Yipes! You fool of a tanuki! Order, order. Mr. Justice, can you explain that and what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Wait a second. Does this mean that Tenma holding the staff was Phineas Filch? Yipes! Another cat on the back! Mr. Filch is Tenma. I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant. I'm begging your pardon, your honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Tenma in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean the event at the Ninetales Vale Festival? So that was you inside the Tenmataro costume. Yep, and after the event, I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So we didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the Tenmataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it to me while I'm wearing it. And 'cause of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible? Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? 'Cause of the treasures there! I thought that my big chance to sneak in and nab it. Treasure? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me about it, said there's an amazing treasure in there. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it? Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? And there was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day? Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key to that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. I could through the air vent in the foyer. The vents left of the Elderman's picture. I went on in and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the Forbidden Chamber. I did. You what? But how's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember the event in the Forbidden Chamber? Mr. Filch found a way to get into the air duct. And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent. So Tenmataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather a tanuki burglar? And we're back to being without anyone in charge of the Elderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than a big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point. And where is that costume now? Heck if I know, and it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? Ah! Yeah, I was right! No way, but maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here?
Take that!
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. Why would I go do something like that? I could think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out the window, and then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves he got rid of the Tenmataro costume through the window.
Take that!
That's Tenmataro flying through the sky. And just how does this prove Mr. Filch threw the costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Temataro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. Oh, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are ya? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Temataro really was a flight of fancy. What? Yikes! Oh my. So there really never was a yokai. Ah, I can't keep any of them cats bagged. I can still file a claim for the lost costume. As more than proves the defense's position, Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? None whatsoever. I'll deal with this tricky Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it. Good going. Now all we have to do is make Florent Labelle take the step. Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Huh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Taking this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what of the feathers and tracks of the scene of the crime? I would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense, right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you, isn't that right? Yeah, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open. Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the darkness. That's when I snatched the staff and made my daring escape. And then the little old maid gal spotted me as I hightailed down the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime scene was discovered. Wait, but we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection!
Well, you little Tanuki. When the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope. Only one there was the alderman, and he was dead on the door. As dead as a doornail. So the accused wasn't there. What do you suppose he was up to? Oh, I don't like where this is going. Don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused Damon Tenma. Wait a second. There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Tenma there. Really? And who might that be? Oh, well, that would be...
Objection!
Seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Mrs. Psychus, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry. I guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are. Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, One of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Somebody who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber, and by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Ah, not the insufferable. Very well. The court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer adds up?
Take that!
Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent Labelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? True, but in his alibi, he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. Labelle at the time. In short, Mr. Labelle's alibi has disappeared. Florent Labelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here either. It was all Mr. Labelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lips about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber, and in return, he said we'd vouch for each other's alibis. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know. Ah, shucks. Mercy, you're on a ship, Mercy. Ah! I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber was Mr. Filch. For Mr. Filch was none other than Florent Labelle. After all, his alibi was just been proven to be a complete fabrication. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. Labelle has to say for himself. Yes! Finally going to drag that slippery snake out onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. Labelle about his new allegations. Hell yeah! Fuck that dude! Oh my god. Okay. God, I'm getting so tired. We did it, Apollo. We finally dragged Mr. Labelle into court. Yeah. Hey! Oh, why the long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Blackwell's bound to mount a counterattack. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber was Mr. Filch. For Mr. Filch had to have been Florent Labelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. Labelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo. Court is back in session for our next witnesses. Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Ah, surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise, remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent Labelle, personal aide of Mayor Tenma, or should I say, the accused. Ouch. Like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Your boldness. Ah, right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi, and for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection to the case at hand. Do you think I'd be associated with the entire lurid affair? Well, I'm not. So, may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. The truth is I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. No, not really. It's not really what happened with that. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasants. How dare you accuse me? Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk has passed. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly heart. The battlefield has no place for ye. Again? Oh my. Spare me, please. So much for the sturdier shackles. Yeah! Those chains hindered my vow that heads would roll this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused's death knell? You know of what I speak. Oh, most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say, it can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox Chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drumroll please. I saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber doors. But... There you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling? Sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie, I killed the alderman. That's right, the mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. He confessed? Order, order in the court. This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so, and quite astonishing I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. Ah! I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess. But is this really true? Did Mayor Tenma really confess? It is indeed. During the last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess. That testimony is quite favourable to the prosecution. This is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right. And I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's Ah. A splendid time is guaranteed for all. Oh, but the mayor in his defense. Ah. Well, it seems our witness is a very busy man. Let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime. I was in the hallway hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without even noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. Say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court? Ah! Once again, sorry. It's just I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon this most unpleasant scene. Ugh. Why did the mayor confession have to be brought up by this guy? We better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me, in years gone by, there is a time to fight, and a time to yield, a time to live, and a time to die. Ugh. He's laying it on real thick now. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. In the hallway, hiding in the shadows, that's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from the prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, the one with the phone at the end.
Hold it!
So, after you fled into the hallway, with the phone at the end, Demetaro ran off toward the foyer. Precisely! Notice any inconsistencies, Apollo? Well, Jinxie also saw Demetaro, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hallway after she made that call to the police. Well, if Mr. LaBelle had fled down the hall where the phone is, Jinxie would have seen him then when she was returning from making her call. Oh, right. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right. Just doesn't make any sense. Awesome! If we don't find a way to poke a hole in this testimony, Mayor Temmer is good as guilty. This is bad, very bad. We need to find an inconsistency, a mistake of some kind some kind of conflict. It's all over if we can't find a flaw in the prosecution's case. Heeeere. Testimony.
Objection!
Florence LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. Ah! What on earth do you mean? Yes, care to fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle had really fled into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tedmer. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tematara costume. The encounter happened right there, right here, where they always meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter, why yes, the two would have crossed paths. Right. Except Miss Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. My beautiful eyes. Not such a fabulous scent now, is it? But Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it? Inside the fox chamber. Where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor. And that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence.
Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the sword of truth bared. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but your lies and your sickly sweet perfume. Oh, what just happened? Blackwell is really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dander? For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the tanuki, without either of them noticing you were right there in the fox chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the fox chamber? I do! I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. You'd better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness is skating on thin ice. I'd remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. I did enter the fox chamber after the murder. But I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. But what I saw there up close. It was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. From behind the screen? Well, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. Just so. He could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events rather than an actual third party. This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? Well, he was in the fox chamber, so at least that much is true. The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness. Okay, did enter the fox chamber after the murder. I didn't until after Jinxie heard the confession and left. Okay. I heard the maid groan and hid behind the folding screen there.
Hold it!
Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask about is... What do you remember about the yokai feathers and tracks? They resulted when Temotaro exited the Forbidden Chamber. He came out in quite a rush, scattering feathers this way and that. Did you immediately know it was Mr. Filch? I did, and that's why I suggested we cook up our alibis together. And how did those practice sessions go? They were nearly the death of me. Filchy has to be the worst student ever. He really doesn't think he's done anything wrong, does he? Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement of any importance? No. Probably not particularly important. No, Your Honor. The witness may proceed. All right then. I would just like to add that it was a terribly grisly scene, as I have described. I'm gonna press this again. Ask another question. I would like to know about the chamber. Could you please describe the Forbidden Chamber at the time? It was shut tight until the mayor opened it. He's really trying to stress that it was the mayor who opened the Forbidden Chamber. What a big liar! He opened it himself. Oh, looks like if looks could kill, the bell would be toast. Mr. Justice, do you consider this statement of any importance? I do. I have a feeling it is. Let's add it to the testimony, just in case. The chamber was shut tight until the mayor opened it. Okay, so if it were me, I would question how he knows how to open it and stuff. Because there's only one key of it, and so there's that, but I can't. The folding screen is not a piece of evidence, so.
Hold it!
Could you describe the state of the weapons that had been used in the scene? The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman QB. Then there was a statue that Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Oh, right. The statue. Why would he find it inspiring? Why exactly do you find the statue inspiring? Ah! Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the murder had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between the town and village, an aspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue right on a bloody corpse. Real inspiring. Very important, sir. Because, you know, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. I mean, you're right, but
Objection!
your lies are finally betraying you, Mr. Lavelle. What possibly could you mean? You said the statue was like a celebration of union between the town and village. Isn't that correct? Yes, indeed. But what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they are celebrating the municipal merger. Something the matter? So, how did you really know the statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Donor. Explain yourself and make it quick. The statue was meant to be symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Temler on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside the locked door. I'm sorry, but this guy moisturizes. Joker doesn't moisturize, so I think we'll be fine. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Miss Labelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form right there in the room when the Alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you! Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness of some sort of crime? Yes. Yes, I am. Florent Lavelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex McCubey. Order. Mr. Labelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo! This is conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico! I got you now. We know you killed the Alderman. Now admit it.
Silence.
Enough of your silly games, Justice Donor. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox Chamber while it was still locked shut.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the Alderman. Alderman? No! Ergo. Yes! That's right, I clearly remember it now. Alderman QB told me about it. About that statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Moreover, it was already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has. Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scamp statement, if you will. When Jinxie Temba unlocked the Fox Chamber, the Alderman and Mayor collapsed therein, and no one else. Oh, dang it. Yeah, but I doubt she actually had a fucking look around. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent LaBelle could not possibly have been in that locked room. No! I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your boldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and the victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection! Silence.
You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Donor. But your boldness, this trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It is high time we brought down the hammer of justice. Point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant Damien Tenma It would seem that my time is at hand. Tenma? Counselor, there is a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now only for your good graces. Counselor? Oh, right. He must mean me. Has he finally remembered what happened before the blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there, seize him. It's no good, I can't restrain him. Know me in despair, for I am Tenmataro, Demon Lord of the Yokai. Mr. Justice, do something? Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai. When you put it that way. Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. Unprecedented in absurdity, more like. Alright then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Tenmadaro? Your testimony, please. I shall now speak of recollections, most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall. Barely conscious was Damien when there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. One on one side, I, Tenmataro, ruler of demonkind. And one on the other side, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. So is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time? Strange as it may be, yes, indeed all was in darkness. And the part about Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox being there? Yes, that too. Tenmataro towered overhead, and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. I'd call animal abuse, Your Honor. It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if he half dreamt that happening lingers in his mind. Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it, the discord in his heart. I sense an unusual motion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us again. Cool. This is actually a really cool mechanic. I do like it. Barely conscious. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side, Temataro, ruler of demonkind, and on the other, my mortal enemy. Okay. It sounds like the mayor saw the same thing as what was shown in that scroll. And what's with those Tenmas and their yokai vision? I think it's sweet how father and daughter can share something like that. I don't think a shared nightmare really qualifies as sweet. Anyway, all I need to do is point out the unnatural reaction like last time. Right, look for places where an emotion conflicts with a testimony. Then that conflict usually indicates a thought or emotion that's being suppressed. Okay, space. When the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well? Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eye at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence. And then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket. A creaking door. Oh, you must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Temataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here?
Take that!
The Forbidden Chamber? Or was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. The terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening, and the towering Temataro you saw, most likely the Forbidden Chamber's statue. Why, yes! That would explain it! The darkness and the stuff of the demon's grasp. But even if that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai? Fantastico, Apollo! It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was the Amazing Ninetails. What? The Amazing Ninetails? At first, this is what a dream, I thought. Now, however, most clearly do I recall it. 'Twas the Amazing Ninetails who did upon the Forbidden Chamber's door. I'm sorry I asked. The Amazing Ninetails, but that was the victim Elderman QB, right? Yeah. Why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that. This is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update. barely conscious in the chamber. And the darkness, a mighty statue of Tematara loomed overhead. Suddenly, the door opened, and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. Okay.
Got it.
When the amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness? Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recollect something of that nature. I believe it was the fiend's cape of red. For when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. A cape of red. Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, and there's still a little left. Mayatama, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed? What could this mean? I guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know, because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as a usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence, look at the contradiction. Here comes... Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. You said that a lot today. Okay. Darkness, a statue was there. Suddenly the door opened and the shaft of light. Amazing Ninetales came to the rescue. Because he doesn't wear a cape.
Objection!
You said the Amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayatema. Does this cape look red to you? Oh! That certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my deliberation, something red did fill my yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the Amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook that something red for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe the great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the Amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know, it could have been... Mr. Mayor, is this the red thing you saw?
Take that!
Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be Mr. Tenma that you saw the alderman's blood? Blood? Why, yes, it was blood! Yep, you keep screaming, mate. We get that a lot in court. It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape I saw. It was lying behind the Amazing Ninetales, the alderman's bloody body. His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the amazing Ninetales killed Elderman Cuby? But the Elderman was the amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work? Hey, I asked you first. Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter look more complicated. True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber, more of a...
Silence.
Why, don't you think this is strange? The scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber, but she said naught about seeing the amazing Ninetales there. And just as I bring that up, didn't you? Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then? Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's? I think I can. Yes, of course I can explain it, because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. A fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. Good old-fashioned penalty. I'm a bit busy, as you can see. Thank you. I think, this will be done in like half an hour, so... Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. And these two facts are crucial to my explanation. So, let us consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? A very good question indeed, and I suppose you have an answer for this? Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? With the hair dye, that's what I'm thinking. Well, how about the explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she was in fact misremembering, LaBelle was disguised as Tenma. The figure Mr. Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent LaBelle disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence.
That is completely impossible. Their faces are utterly unalike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they do have incredibly distinctive features. Maybe this disguise completely hid his face? I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. And if it was the sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Oh, right. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I think I'll pah! You cool? Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, Now that you have that little fairy tale out of the way, your boldness, your verdict, if you will. Damn it. Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict if you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Bright always says. When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn to the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. A wrestling mask. Ah. But there are matches where the wrestlers battle for it. So that, okay, that brings us back full circle to explaining why the mask was there. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that couldn't be removed in front of others. Can these facts turn things around? We got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your boldness, I see no need to further indulge them in their silly farce. The defense has no proof. They never did and never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
I do have proof. Do you now? Alright, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Timber mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Maya Tenra's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case on its head. The piece of evidence clearly shows Tenra's secret identity.
Take that!
What an absolute claptrap! Poppycock, boulder dash! We thought the Elderman was the amazing Ninetales, and the mayor was Tenmataro. That's why we believe the mayor killed the Elderman in his lust for Ninetales' veil. And it was the basis of the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenmataro at all. He was the amazing Ninetales. Why, what's this? You'd best explain yourself, Justice Dono, and from where you derive such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie, no doubt, knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetales she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence!
The accused and the deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why would he fake a different build too? Why couldn't he fake a different build too? And anyone speaking through the mask could naturally sound different.
Silence!
Why did she simply not pull the mask off?
Objection!
A masked wrestler disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the Amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask him.
Ah.
This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. Then, by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who had also drugged, into the forbidden chamber. Then he returned to the fox chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the Amazing Ninetales mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. So then, the person who said I killed Alderman QB was... Yep, it was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence.
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and...
Objection.
No, you twisted samurai. This time, you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and masked, opened the forbidden chamber, so he could drag the mayor back out into the fox chamber. Oh, so the Amazing Ninetales and the mayor saw was right. It was LaBelle opening the forbidden chamber. The second Miss LaBelle opened the door to the forbidden chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch, in his Tenmataro disguise, ran as far as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the fox chamber. I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the fox chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence.
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the Amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection.
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created the secret identity as the Amazing Ninetales.
This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot.
No one except a killer as insane as his plot, and I'd say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies.
Foolish mortal, it is at your own peril that you forget who I am.
Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the Amazing Ninetales, aren't you?
You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tenma is not the Amazing Ninetales.
What do you mean? Well, he has the mayor admitted to it yet. But that's just... And even if he did admit such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Temataro right here and now. What? Oh, you would dare reveal the secret? Ah, my good friend, the alderman, told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with these superstitions now, would it? The truth behind Temataro? What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say I am the amazing Ninetales, I dare you.
Objection!
Wait. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma will do anything to keep the truth behind Temataro's secret. A dark, terrible truth that had been kept in the secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, you'll expose this truth? Right! I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So, what now, Justice Turner? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the amazing Ninetales or not? The amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit such an utter nonsense. But if he did admit such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenmataro right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales' Vale, just as the superstition says. Talk about the pot and into the out of the pot and into the fire. But at this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales, then I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Alderman QB and was the amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in this testimony somewhere. I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle is gonna expose the secret behind Temataro. Ugh, we're so close, I know it! The defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay. The amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. Yes, I know. Get the fuck on with it. Speak faster, please.
Hold it!
Do not gaze upon Temataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstition says? Exactly! Telling others about Temataro what Tema looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And ruin coming to the village is, if you free him, is that a warning not to expose the truth? Ah! Bingo! And that truth is Temataro is a great, greed-inspiring fortune. That's what the whole battle over Ninetails Vale is all about. Tenmataro is a great fortune. Come to think of it. Yeah, that thing that we were talking about. The greatest get-rich-quick scheme in the entire universe. Could Tenmataro actually be Forbidden Chamber's treasure? Telling the villagers what Tenmataro is, that Tenmataro is a terrifying yokai, is what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Oh, well. It seems our ace attorney has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Mayor Temra looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmataro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tenmataro exists, huh? Mr. Lavelle, please add that statement to your testimony. Tragedy is doomed to repeat as long as Tenmataro exists.
Objection!
Because it was already stolen. Mr. Lavelle, what if Tenmataro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmataro no longer existed... Oh, what on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenmataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you? Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tenmataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. What do you have here? It looks like some sort of creature? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief, Azuki Kozo, used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that the Tenmataro was stolen? Yep. Phineas Finch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that idiot's moronic caretaker grandfather, no less. I know that my beautiful golden Tenmataro was... The greed inspired by Tenmataro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetails Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Temna? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the Elderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenmataro, for he said to me the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Tenmataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenmataro is the yellowish object shown there. A giant golden ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetails Vale. In return, the gold my ancestors did receive from Ninetails Vale. Land that would become Tenmadown. But drive the villagers mad with greed did that great fortune. Bitter was their greed, fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became a curse upon our village, a curse of ruin. Thus it was that the yokai Tenmataro became to be. So Tenmataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Tenmataro made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetails Vale, a thing so terrible that
Tenmataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Town would never seek to take over Ninetail's Vale in a merger. Oh my. That is quite a shocking lesson in history. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tomataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetails, aren't you? No! Don't do it! Please, no! Begone, you demented demon! Now, where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetails, is indeed me. God, he's so cute. I love his suit. It's a good colour. And that means Jinxie. Yes. The man wearing the mayor's clothes, who you saw collapse in the box chamber, was he wearing the amazing Ninetails mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to the Alderman QB that day, so it really wasn't Papa I saw in there, was it? It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh. Rude, but Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than the LaBelle scheme. He may rest easy now, little Jinxie. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. The true facts behind the case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman QB, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasant! Ah. Well, you were fun with that, mate.
Silence.
Justice Dono. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Can this fucking trial be done now? Or have you mistaken the battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind guesses, a dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake. He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law. But... they're right! Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect thing like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. Well, can we do a handwriting analysis on the blackmail letter? This is the final battle, just as a samurai must live and die by the sword. You will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Oh crud. Do I have anything conclusive? I mean, probably, of course I do. I always have conclusive evidence, even when I think I don't. It all works out. You do? Of course! It's just as the conclusive evidence we need, too. I'm going to finally prove Mayor Tenma innocent. Here comes justice! Oh, what the fuck are we doing now? Let's reveal the facts. The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman and the killer because the alderman was killed because he was amazing Ninetails. But, as we know now, of course, we were way off.
Amazing Ninetales is really Damien Tenma. That's why, when his daughter Jinxie saw the Amazing Ninetales collapse on the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime. But he didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. It is reminding me of Danganronpa a lot, actually. Yeah, what you doing there, Hajime Hinata? Oh, I know. The Amazing Ninetales mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does the mask have? Hair. And the hair in the mask would be Florent LaBelle's. Okay. Oh, right. That hair is Florent LaBelle's. Yes! That's what I call conclusive evidence. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask? How is that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Eldman Rex QB. Yes, but the Amazing Ninetales, as we now know, is May Tenma, so that is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person who would have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I never had a hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit the mark. This freakish fob is not the white hair type. Because he's busy being one ludicrously garish color or another. No, Prosecutor Blackwell. It's you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember where the mask was found? It was washed up on the side of the river. With that in mind, this is the last piece of evidence that will solve the remaining riddles. The Kedai. That's... what's that? This is Miss LaBelle's own private brand of hair colour. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the Amazing Ninetales' mask was washed up along the side of the village river with the white hair inside it. What's this? Are you saying that breeding peacock's hair colour is... That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair colour is a freaky work of fiction. And thanks to the river flowing through Ninetales Vale, we now have a real-life expose. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Florent LaBelle, you were the one who killed Eldman Rex QB. You peasant! How dare you! Oh. Okay. That's a bit gross. I don't like that. Hello, this is LaBelle. What? The project is off. This is LaBelle. The sponsors have pulled out. LaBelle speaking. I'm fired. You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? Hello, this is LaBelle. What? There's a stratospheric damages claims against me. $100 million. I'm finished! Washed up, stick a fork in me, I'm done. This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackwell, defeated. Yeah, go fucking cry about it. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like the other lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Wait, was that a compliment, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, what have you done with Florent Labelle? The defaced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Wouldn't that just wash off more of his makeup? Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenmataro. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to the Ninetales Vale. Labelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Ninetales saw those plans come to a halt. And thus, Labelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Timber. I see. But what I still can't comprehend is why would he go after the gold in the first place? Mr. Labelle doesn't look like someone who is in need of financial aid. Labelle hid his past quite well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mirrored with debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such ferocity. Yeah, he could have just fucking sold it. Too bad for him, someone else had gotten to it first anyway. I see. Very well then. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant Damien Tenma. Yay! I think this bit goes on a bit too long now. Court is adjourned. Type faster, please. That was some serious good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. You banished Tenmataro from Ninetales Vale like he was some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. Labelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? He could have set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman and then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too, but I have a hunch Labelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the amazing Ninetales' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the amazing Ninetales. Had Labelle succeeded in framing Mayor Timmer for the alderman's murder, the wrestler's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the amazing Ninetales was just killed, he'd die a hero, but if he was proved a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then, when the merger was complete and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. That was an insanely intricate plot. A most excellent job clearing my name. a feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval. Why are you acting like Demetaro again? Let this be of no concern to you. How could it not be of concern to me? I think he's just having fun. Demetaro, be gone! Jinxie, seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you. Papa, you're finally back. Yes, it would seem Temetaro's no match for you. Haha. I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Your father's a freed man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling? This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the amazing Ninetales will have to retire though. Aw, how come? Once everyone hears I'm the amazing Ninetales, my fan base will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people. Another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue. He does love his daughter and want her to feel good. Oh, I love it. I think you've misjudged yourself. And take a look outside. Say now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma, a man behind the mask. And to root for your return to the wrestling ring. Rooting? For me? But I thought I was nothing more than a malefactor in their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa. Jinxie. Here, I think you'll be needing this.
Take that!
Thank you. Now, if you would excuse me. I don't want to keep my fans waiting. Aww. Wow, amazing costume change.
Ninetales Vale forever!
I sure hope they settle the problems between Tenma Town and Ninetales Vale. Me too. I'm sure they'll be fine, after all. The blackmailer slash killer is behind bars and the murder no longer an issue. Plus, the amazing Ninetales is obviously still a hit, and I suspect Ninetales Vale will be too. And it's all because we believed in our client, just like you said. Okay, people! Now that we've got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. I've been nervous. I haven't eaten all day. I better keep eating, Apollo. Or you might have to start looking out at me. Huh? I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be about past yours too. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face-stuffing time! Keep eating like that, and the only direction you'll grow is sideways. Very funny. And I've got a hollow leg. But I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without getting an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories? Just let them try and stick on me. Alright. Alrighty, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldune's Noodles isn't an all-night stand, you know. I'm with you, Mr. Wright. Let's go. I have been waiting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two. Yay! Thanks, boss. I won't let you down. Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Sir Eldune's noodles are so hot and salty. And 2 bowls would kill a man. That was our first case together, and it felt like nothing could bring us down after that. The dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. And we'll get into that next time. Ugh. Oh, I'm tired. Yay, we did it. We finished the thing. Wow. I'm so happy for us all. Oh, my throat hurts. Ugh, 7 hours. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I want to nap. I've been tired all day, since I woke up actually. But, you know, it's not all bad. So, I will be streaming again on Friday. I will also be releasing an Utao cover on Friday. But also, the Monday, my birthday stream, so you have to hang out with me. It's the law. It's the law. And I'll be super sad if you don't. So you gotta hang out with me, please. Prettiest of pleases. I'm so hot. I am so hot. I need to take my thing off, but it requires me to take my headphones off, so I'll do it when I find someone to babysit you. I've seen you around before. I've seen you on Twitter. Sure, I've seen you on Twitter. We can raid you. Anyway, so I stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 AM Australian Central Standard Time. I usually tell you in advance if I can't make it to the stream, but I also will tell the Discord if something comes up that I wasn't expecting. I release Utao covers on my YouTube, and I release my VODs every Wednesday and Friday on my separate VODs channel. So you can check them out. My Utao covers are pretty cool. I use all sorts of Utao voice banks, including ones that I made myself with my own voice. So if you like my voice, then you can listen to the robot version of me singing. Anyway, it's dinner time. I'm hot. I'm tired. I'm gonna head out now. Bye bye people. I'm so glad you all hung out with me today. I had so much fun. Thank you so much. And we'll continue this on Friday. Bye bye bye. Bye 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 bye.